Yeah.
Yeah.
We fancy.
All right. Well, I can. Participants. All right, Beatrice, you have control. You can start it. Please report it.
Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Beatrice, can you hear me? You can start it whenever you want.
Hi, good evening. I'm the antibiotic.
Listen, I want to thank you quickly before we go for the help that you gave me starting the elevator in my sister's building.
Very lucky that I hope it works out.
Yes, it did. Thank you so much.
You lost it? Oh, I'll go back to you.
Good evening. Can everyone hear me? Can everyone hear me online? Good evening, everyone. We're getting ready to start our full board meeting. It is Thursday, November 21st, and it's 7 p.m. Oh, we got to hit record. George, I think you got to make me host. I'm not able to hit record. Apologies for the delay. Okay, now we could. Okay, to start. Okay, good evening, everyone. We're getting ready to start our November full board meeting. It is Thursday, November 21st at 7, what's the time? About 7:15 p.m. We're going to get started with our public gallery session. If we have anyone from the public that would like to speak, you get 2.5 minutes and then 30 seconds so that we can do the follow-up. Yeah. Just state your name and organization. Is your mic on? Turn it on.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to say it again. My name is Ana Lopez. I am the Volunteer Engagement Coordinator at Big Brothers Big Sisters of NYC. I am the Volunteer Engagement Coordinator where I help oncoming, ongoing, and alumni volunteers. So I'm here today to talk about Big Brother Big Sister and our mission. So we engage with the youth and local volunteers where we match the youth with the caring adult mentor. And basically what happens is the mentor will help them through different aspects of life and their goals. And hopefully, you know, we can give them the support that they need. And then, so basically we are doing our Be Bigs, Be Bronx initiative where we're looking for youth within the Bronx as well as mentors. And then we're also, sorry, blanking, but I'm gonna skip over that. So if you're interested in becoming a mentor or enrolling your youth, please reach out to me. You can reach out to me at Lopez, Lopez, at bigs, bigsnyc.org. And I do have flyers with me if you're interested and a sign-up sheet. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Just make sure you send Ursula the flyers so that we can have it and your contact information
Gotcha.
if you're not
Thank
able
you.
to put it in the chat. Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone online? If so, please raise your hand. Okay, so that concludes the portion of our public gallery sessions. We're going to move on next to our presentation. And we have Lieutenant Colby, who's with the Bureau of Fire, Safety, and Education. Thank you so much for being here, and you can head to the podium. Thank you.
Well, thank you for having me today. I'm Lieutenant Colby from the FDNY Fire Safety Education Division. And what we do is we go out and obviously we educate people on fire safety to cut down on the fatalities that we have throughout the city. So what we do is we go out to schools, we go out to senior centers, we go out to just different buildings that they book fire safety presentations. So by doing that, you can go on, it's fdnysmart.org. You can go on there, you can schedule a presentation for us to go to, any senior centers or buildings that you have. And when we go to schools, usually we do the presentations in these schools. And after the presentations, a lot of them book the smokehouses, which is very good for the kids to go through and see what it's like to go something that, in case they do have a fire in their house. And a lot of things that we do, we go to block parties and we spend time doing that, getting educated, people educated on fire safety, because it's been proven that by us getting out there, educating people on fire safety, it's been cutting down on the fatalities for years now. So the more we can get out and the younger people we can reach, it's proven that it definitely is getting out there to everybody. And now, especially lately, we've been having a lot of brush fires. As everybody's known, that's what's been going on in the neighborhoods. So we've been getting out there really a lot with these brush fires, so thank goodness we had some rain, so that's gonna at least cut down on that. So we've been going out and educating people on brush fires, which is important now because these brush fires can turn very dangerous very quickly with these winds and stuff. So people have to be aware of what they're doing, and we can go out and just educate and tell them to just be careful about what they're discarding, make sure if they have open flames, if they're cooking and stuff, that they're not putting them down on the floor anymore, because now, especially with everything being dry, it's causing a lot of problems. Another problem we're having is the lithium-ion batteries. So with the lithium-ion batteries that we're trying to educate people, and they're never ever going to, put them out, and they're always going to be around because we have them in our phones, we have them in our laptops, in the iPads. There's, our tools have them, the e-scooters, the e-bikes, which are very dangerous. And we try to tell people that we're trying to make them see if they can try not to charge them in the houses. Because when they're charging them in the houses and they're using these aftermarket ones, we're having a problem with them just going on fire. And even with the not on the charges, they're exploding and going on fire. So if you see people charging them, especially in the buildings when it's in the foyer areas, that's probably the most dangerous, because when that fire starts, it goes right up the stairwells. So we're trying to educate people and New York City's trying to come up with something to ban them, but they're never going to ban them because everybody's using them for deliveries and stuff like that, and everything's going electric. I mean, they want electric cars, so we're going to have these problems with these lithium-ion batteries for a long time. So we're trying to really get out there to educate everybody, and plus with the education with that is, we go out and we talk about kitchen safety, because kitchen fires and fires in bedrooms are the two rooms in the houses that fires start mostly. So if we educate people on what they can do in the kitchens and safely cook and not leave cooking unattended, we can cut down on fires that way. If we can educate people on just electrical fires, is another one that people plug things in, not realizing what they're doing. They're plugging things into, extension cords and these surge protectors and these power strips, which they're heating up and they're causing fires too. So we have three main fires. Now with lithium ion we're having a problem with, electrical fires we're having with, the brush fires we're having fires with. So if we can just get out there to the communities, and if whoever if they can go on FDNY and Smart and book a presentation so we can get that further to the communities and schools, the younger kids are the best kids to start teaching, because now they're growing up being educated on the fire education, and that's what we have to start, because then those kids can teach their kids, and we can go on, and the safer we can be cutting down these fatalities. And we talk about smoke detectors. Smoke detectors is probably the most important thing that we can have in our homes. So we get that out there too. The FDY, the Red Cross had a program where they were giving away free smoke detectors and combo units, and they were doing it for free. They were supplying them and installing them. That program's on hold because the Red Cross is way behind on their appointments, because even from COVID, everything got backed up. So it's on hold. Hopefully that comes back, because they couldn't get the funding to keep it going. So hopefully we can get that back, because that was a great program for people, and that was saving lives too. So there's a lot of things out there that we can do, and there's a lot of brochures that we have out on the table that are just, especially one like this. It's going to teach you about fire safety. It's going to teach you about the cooking fires. It's going to teach you about electrical things you can look over, and you can teach you how to use a fire extinguisher. It teaches about the smoke detectors, what we can do, where they should be, how many you should have. So there's a lot of things that we can go over with that. Okay?
Sorry. It's a question. So thank you very much for your presentation. Actually, just like the sanitation department has told landlords to put out containers for trash. Now, what is the way forward for landlords, so to speak, to help people with e-bikes? If they cannot charge inside the homes, is there any way to provide, what can we provide for them to charge these bikes to
Well-
avoid the fire?
Well, they're trying to come up with something that's safe for everybody. We know that people are going to charge them in their houses, which we try to explain to them how dangerous it is. And if you're going to charge it in the house, make sure it's not by the exit. It's not where you're going to get out if there is a fire. So what we're trying to tell people is that if you're charging a battery, make sure it's from the manufacturer, that's for the bike. Make sure that the charger is for the battery for that bike. Okay, so that's one thing we can do. Another thing is too that if it starts to heat up, it starts to smell or it starts to smoke, that's a sign there's a problem. And the problem a lot of with these fires, okay, we're having more fires when the batteries are off the chargers than when they are on the chargers. So that tells you a lot of things about these batteries, how dangerous they are. So that's why if they start to heat up or they start to smell, we don't want, you can't have them in direct sunlight, you can't have them around flammable liquids. So even like I said, when they're not on charges, they're causing more fires that way than when they are on charges. That's how dangerous they are. And New York City has a thing that for all these delivery guys, the food deliveries that they go out on the e-bikes, they do have substations that they actually exchange batteries outside in certain areas. They don't have them all over the city, but there's certain boroughs that have them. So all we can do is recommend that just be careful that if it starts to discolor or if it heats up, you have to take it outside. And we try to explain to people, like, that's why it's important that we have smoke detectors, because if you do have a fire from one of these batteries, it's like a blowtorch. These fires are so intense, you're gonna have no chance to get out of the house. That's how bad these fires are. So we're trying to explain to people, at least if we can prevent things from happening, like if you know the battery's heating up and you smell it and it's making a sound, you know there's something wrong. You need to get it out of the house. You need to bring it outside. And if it can be avoided from being charged in the house or being stored in the house, we'd like to do that too, but we know that sometimes it's not practical because we can't charge things outside because, where you're gonna charge it if, you live in an apartment, there's really no place to charge it for people. So that's becoming a big issue. And you can't store it outside because, we can't store things. So there's a lot of problems with this, and they're trying to come up with something, a solution for it, but they're still working on it. It's a hard thing. We just got to be, if you do have them, just be aware of the problems that you could have with these. And if you do know, and like I said, it's going to make a sound, it's going to start smoking, it's going to start to smell, it's going to discolor. You're going to know it's going to happen. And that's the time you have to get it out of the house, or call and make sure somebody takes it out that's able to do it.
Okay, we had Karen and then Ariel.
Question, do you do presentations in apartment buildings?
Yes, we do a lot of, yes. So that's why if you go on fdnysmart.org, you can go right in there and you can put in for a presentation. You can schedule it that way. And then you just have it in your building, that you just schedule whatever day you want. Nights, we do 7 days a week. We go out at night too, because a lot more people are home at night. So we try to make night times too, and especially on weekends too, people are home because people work during the day. So yes, buildings are great because we can get a lot of people that way. And we can discuss, another problem is the type of building that you live in. You have to know what you're gonna do in a fire on the type of building that you're living in. Whether it's a non-fireproof or a fireproof building, there's two different things that you're gonna do. A non-fireproof building that usually has fire escapes on the building, you're gonna get out of the building if there's a fire in the building. Reason being, because that building is combustible, and the whole building will light up and will go on fire eventually. So you need to get out of that building. But a fireproof building is when the whole building, okay, usually with that is if there's a fire in your apartment in a fireproof building, you would get out of that apartment and close the door on the way out. If it's not in your apartment in a fireproof building, you would shelter in place. That's very important that people know that between the two buildings. And if you don't know the type of building you're living in, usually non-fireproof has fire escapes, okay? And a fireproof building is usually more than 6 stories and doesn't have fire escapes. So understand, and you need to know that. If you're in a fireproof building, the worst place to be is in the hallways and the stairwells, because that's where most people are found dead, in those areas. So if the fire's not in your apartment, shelter in place is the safest place to be in a fireproof building. And a non-fireproof, you have to get out of that building. Go ahead.
What makes your building fireproof?
The fireproof means that the contents, the building itself is not, it won't burn, it's not combustible. Okay, the newer buildings, they're more made of brick, they're more made of things that don't burn. Like a non-fireproof building is made of wood, okay, and things that'll burn throughout the building. Like all the walls are wood inside underneath the sheetrock and the plaster. In a fireproof, everything's usually brick. The ceilings are brick, the floors are, usually cement. So nothing's gonna leave that apartment usually. But in a non-fireproof, everything's combustible, everything will burn in that building. It'll spread, the fire spreads a lot easily.
Hello. I have a quick question. When somebody requests training, do you include carbon monoxide and like gas leaks, or is that something that the person has to request that they want? Because I know like with carbon monoxide and gas leaks, people are not as familiar, if that happens in homes. So I just wanted to double check that. I know that the fire alarm some of them have the carbon monoxide. Just wanted to know.
Right. Well, what we recommend that everybody has is a carbon monoxide detector in their house. Because with carbon monoxide, we know we can't smell it, we can't taste it, you're not gonna know what's in the air, it's a poisonous gas that will kill you. So we have to be very careful of that, make sure we have an alarm that's gonna alert us of that. The smoke alarm, is good too, but we like to have people have combination alarms in their homes, at least one on every floor. And usually in the bedrooms, we like to have smoke-only alarms, because a lot of people, it's safer to sleep with your door closed in the bedroom. So if you do have a fire somewhere in the house, it's not going to spread into the bedroom. So, and if you do have a fire in your bedroom, if the door is closed, we usually like to have just smoke alarms in the bedrooms. Okay? Did I answer your question, Di? What do you mean, do we train? We do go on them, yes. What do you mean train on them? Like, during the training, well, what we like to teach and tell people is that we really don't want people fighting fires, okay? We'll educate people on using a fire extinguisher and know what to do if you do have a fire to get out safely, because fires grow every minute, so the longer you wait to call us, the worse it's gonna be and the worse situation you're gonna be in. So we don't really like to teach people to fight fires, that's our job. A gas fire, well, the problem with a gas fire is that it's gas fed, and you have to shut the gas off to put the fire out, because if you put the fire out, the gas is still gonna leak. So a gas fire is a little bit tougher, because you have to shut the gas off to get the fire out, technically. So.
And a grease fire?
A grease fire, there's one thing we're not gonna use on a grease fire, does everybody know that? Water, right? Everybody should know that by now, that's part of education. Water we're never gonna use on that, why? Because it makes it bigger.
You'd be surprised, people panic.
Oh, I know. We hear a lot of things when we go out there, and we can't believe people do certain things. And that's one thing we teach, and we try to teach people when they're cooking, especially with grease, that when they turn it on, they're not heating it up right away. It's a gradual heat up. And when we talk about that, people should have, when you have a pan, you should have a tight-fitting lid on the side, just in case if you have a grease fire, that especially baking soda is a good thing to sprinkle on top. You shut the heat off, you put the top on, it'll go out. Okay, you don't want to pick it up and move it anywhere, put it in the sink, because you could trip and fall, and then we're gonna have a big problem. And once you put the lid on it, you don't want to pick it up, because that, introduce oxygen to there, and the fire will reignite itself. So we educate people on what they should be doing. We should never leave cooking unattended. So it's another thing, people leave their house to forget they're cooking, because we do 100 different things in our heads and we forget what we're doing. So that's another thing that we try to teach people. Maybe put a timer on your phone or walk around with something so you can remember that you're cooking.
Okay, thank you. We have Chucky, then Robert Hall, and then Carla.
In your presentation, you said earlier, and I appreciate you being here, but also, and hopefully it's in your booklet, when you mention fire extinguishers, a lot of people don't know what type of fire extinguishers to have in their house. So when you're talking about cooking, they can go to Home Depot and get a white fire extinguisher, which has a K on it, which stands for kitchen. And they should also have a red fire extinguisher. A red fire extinguisher will put out your A, B, and C fire, which is A is ordinary combustibles, rags, wood, paper. B would be flammable liquids, and then E is electrical. That's what a red fire extinguisher would put out. And then you have other combustible metals, which would be a D fire extinguisher. But for everybody here should have a red and a white fire extinguisher. The white fire extinguisher is for a grease fire, because we don't put water. The other question I had for you...
Can I just, before you go further?
Sure.
Okay, when you talk about fire extinguishers, we try to tell people and teach people that you only need one type of fire extinguisher. It's the ABC fire extinguisher. Not that the K is not a good one, whereas there's no reason to have one fire extinguisher that's classified as A, B, and C. Will put out a grease fire. We'll put out every fire that you're going to have in your house, because it's going to deal with flammable liquids. It's going to deal with electrical fire. That's what the ABC is, like you said. A is regular combustibles, wood, paper, and stuff like that. B is flammable liquids. It'll put the grease fires. It'll put that out. C, electrical equipment. So there's all three. It covers everything. So you only need one that has A, B, C as a fire extinguisher. Another problem with fire extinguishers, people don't know how to use them. So now we're trying to explain to people that it's great, you want to have a fire extinguisher, but nobody really knows how to use them. So we educate and we try to teach people how to use it. And what we say is, there's a word PASS to use a fire extinguisher, okay? We're going to pull the pin, we're going to aim, squeeze, and we're going to sweep side to side. It's very simple. If you remember that, you'll be able to use it. But we don't like people fighting fires, because that just makes things more complicated for them, because like we said, fire grows every minute, doubles in size. So if it's small, another thing with fire extinguishers, what do people do? They put it under the cabinet, right? And it gets deeper and deeper under the cabinet. Really, the right place to put the fire extinguisher is right inside the doorway to the kitchen, okay? That's the safest place if you're gonna have one, and if you're gonna use it. And if you're gonna use it, use the whole thing. So,
All right,
go ahead.
No, that's what I was talking about. Educating everybody on it, but I was educated because I teach a security class.
Right, well, obviously you know, right? That's why I'm saying you know what you're talking, right?
And what people need to know is that a fire extinguisher is only good for about 20 to 30 seconds.
That's it.
But if you use it correctly, it will put out the fire, but you got to know how to use it. The other question I have for you, because you mentioned lithium batteries. What do we use to put a lithium battery? Because we know we can't use water on that either.
No.
So is there a fire
Right, when we put them
extinguisher?
out, we use a lot of water, so we do put them out that way. But that's the same thing. You need a dry chem extinguisher. You need to smother it. That's the whole thing with that. It's the same idea with that type of extinguisher. You're going to need something like that. You're not going to be able to use water to put it out.
So are you saying...
You're not even going to try to put this thing out.
Yeah, are you saying... all right,
So you're not... I'm telling you right now, if that battery goes up,
just
you're
get out.
not even going to be able to put that fire out.
All right.
Yeah,
No, I'm
it's like when I tell you it's like a blowtorch, I wish I had a video to show you, because I have videos that show these things just combust them, and it just starts.
Just get out.
Yeah, yeah.
Just get out. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Because you don't want to get caught in that, because it's very dangerous.
Lieutenant Colby,
Yes.
I happen to be a president of a development that has 6 14-story buildings. I'm across the street from the Gun Hill gang.
Mm-hmm.
I realize how important it is because I've been to the seminar, and it's very scary. The lithium battery fires, and listen to what I'm telling you, that fire is so quick. It's unbelievable. The seminars which you're talking about, the videos, I wish everybody in this room could see it, because it tells you something, but it's very scary. It really is. I've never seen a fire move so quickly, all right? And the theme for High Rise is close the door.
Yep.
Close every door you have to withstand the fire wherever it's located. It's very important.
And that's any fire, any building
Right.
you live in, whether it's not, non-fireproof, fireproof, closing the
Yeah.
doors is one of the most important things you can do is to keep that fire contained from spreading anywhere else.
Yeah, but the thing is, you mentioned the smokehouse, and I happened to see that at Montefiore about 6 or 7 years ago. It's very difficult. I've been trying for 3 years to get that smokehouse here at Gun Hill Houses, and I've been unsuccessful. However, because of global warming, I'm hoping maybe in January I can pull this off and get some assistance. But because every time I call down there to Metrotech Center, either the line is busy.
You're calling Metro Tech?
Well, I'm calling
You
the
go
fire department.
through, I'm telling you, go through the FNY, smart.org, and you'll go through it and you'll set up and you'll send it to them saying you want the smokehouse.
Okay, because I've been unsuccessful trying
But
to
you
get it
got
on
you got to book it. I mean, you have to book it probably at least 9 months in advance, if not a year in advance.
Well, I'll do it now
'Cause-
because and what it is.
And you got to stay on it, and it does take a while, but
Yeah.
the schools book up a lot because that's what we mainly do with the schools, because that's the most important thing for us, is to educate the kids on this, because we're
Well,
limited to how many we have. So we try to really prioritize
Yeah.
getting into the school
Well,
with the
that
kids.
was my point. The children are the people you really need to really toy with so that they could take part in a festivity to understand saving lives and how it matters. It's very important, all right? That fire they had at Twin Park Southwest, a lot of people got trampled right by the door. And I got that from our borough president herself because she told it. They trampled each other right at the door. And you have an egress, which means you don't come in, you go out. Folks don't understand that. And I catch hell because people got their cars parked in the back and they want to come in. And God help us if we ever have a fire, you're gone because they will trample you right at that door. And that's something I've learned from just listening to what has already transpired. And I really fear that. But that fire, to watch the fire spread from a lithium battery is scary.
When you see it, you never believe. You won't
like
believe it.
It's like a track meet, and that's the thing. And you don't get it, but it will run up on you. It'll burn you. You won't even realize what happened. It happened so fast, But it's really about educating the young folks because they don't have a clue, and you need to involve them. And that's where that smokehouse is very much essential.
That's why we go to a lot of schools. We go to these
Yeah.
classes and we educate the kids. We start when, even when the preschools, we start at that young, because at least we can get a little bit across to them. Then when they get to kindergarten, then when they get to first grade, the more we get to them every year, it'll start clicking and they'll start understanding.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
Carla?
Hi. I wanted to talk about the fact that there are stories going around various there are stories going around various communities that homeless encampments in the parks are triggering these brush fires in the parks. So part A of my question is there any evidence to support that? And if so, part B, what are we supposed to do about it if we're on a hike and we run into a homeless encampment in a park?
I mean, honestly, the homeless thing has been a big problem for a long time. We're not going to solve that, and there's really nothing really we can do about that. We're going to get that. It's just things that we have to deal with sometimes with the community, and just because it's been that dry and it hasn't rained, that's why we've been having the problems with the brush fires. Otherwise, it wouldn't be an issue. So, what we're going to do if you're going to come up on a homeless camp, I mean, there's really not, I mean, if you call, 911, what are the cops going to do when they get there? Like, we can't do anything. We can't force anybody to do anything. They ain't going to force anybody to get out of there. And I mean, you feel bad for the people, but, you know, we try to get it out there and maybe try to educate a little bit and say, look, you know, just be careful of if you're cooking or if you know, discarding something, make sure that you're being careful with it and you're not throwing it in certain areas. That's basically all we can do. You know, and it's hard, it's a tough situation, and, you know, and it's hard for us because we want to cut these things down and try not for these things to happen, but there's only so much anybody can do, really, especially with that. I mean, it's tough for them. I feel, you know, I feel for them, I do. You know, I don't want, you know, you don't want to sit there and, you know, try to start giving them a hard time because they're already going through life then with a hard time already, and it'll make it harder for them. It's, you know, so.
All right. Hi. So I had a question about the fire safety classes, right? Are they multilingual? And if not, is there a plan to make them multilingual?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
There's certain languages that educators that we have, like these books that we have in like, I don't know, 15 languages. So that we do have. But as far as educators going out there, I mean, we have Spanish, we do have some Mandarin, but it's limited to languages, yes. It's difficult that way on certain languages, like the more popular ones like Spanish and stuff like that, you know, and Mandarin, and we do have those, and they're limited. So if you're gonna book one of them, we gotta make sure they're available to do it, so it's a little more difficult for us to do that. A lot of times when we go to areas like that and people ask for certain things, we try to ask them, do you have an interpreter for us? So when we do it, you can interpret as we're talking. It's a lot easier that way than us going out and being the interpreter, you know. And we do a lot of virtuals too, which are nice too, because you can get a lot more people on a virtual, which is nice. But a lot of times the people will supply us an interpreter. We'll ask them if they can.
Anybody else?
Great. Anybody else before we wrap it up? Last one? Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
We
Thank you for
appreciate it. We'll
having me.
continue the conversation.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Now we're moving on to our elected official representatives report. We'll start with you.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Andy. I'm with New York City Council member Kevin C. Riley. As you know, our offices are at 940 East Gun Hill Road. Our other office is in Co-op City, 135 Einstein Loop, room 44. As always, our number is 718-684-5509. I wanted to start off today talking about our events so that we can get that out the way. Tomorrow, Friday 22nd, we're going to be having a renaming of Marcus Garvey Square. So where Williamsbridge Square would be is going to be renamed to Marcus Garvey Square, where we're going to be giving a food distribution as well. So please expect, you'll see us there with food distributions we're going to be giving out, while also renaming that place.
Is that happening, rain or shine?
Say that one more time?
Rain or shine?
Yes, yes. Monday, the 25th, there's going to be a turkey giveaway at Section 5, Co-op City. It's going to be first come, first serve, so there's no registration needed. It's going to be at 135 Einstein Loop East at 1 p.m. That's 135 Einstein Loop East. That's going to be on Monday. Tuesday, we're unfortunately the food distribution, turkey distribution we had at the YMCA is full. We had a lot of registries, but it's going to be on Tuesday the 26th at the Y at 10 a.m. Later that evening, we're going to be having a event here at Community Board 12, our community conversations on immigration. That's going to be taking place at 6 p.m. on Tuesday the 26th. Yes, here at the Community Board 12. And that's going to be Tuesday the 26th at 6 p.m. So that event is going to be so we have a lot of our community conversations was like town hall kind of oriented, and the topic is going to be immigration. So for legislation, the council member is currently co-sponsoring Reso 651. That resolution is calling upon New York State legislature to pass and govern to sign establish state commission to conduct a feasibility study on the formation and control of a state public bank. So the importance of that would be to establish a public bank for communities that are otherwise cut out of banking opportunities by systemic disinvestment by corporations can have access to core financial services. But this ultimately relies on the state to pass this legislation. So that's Resolution 651. And that is a state legislature that Councilmember Kevin C. Riley is co-sponsoring. And then there's Resolution 653, which is also calling on the New York State Legislature to pass and govern and sign on a pilot program to implement a local land value taxation, which means that it's supposed to keep any land vacancy to be speculated on the market, which means that any needs in the community that are seen through that study, through that pilot program, is basically meaning that anybody can try to purchase a land and try to look into the maintenance of the said land way before that they have the land, so that it kind of accounts for any negligency towards such land. So it's a bit of a complex bill, but it's ultimately, again, up to the state. But that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we're moving to our online representatives. Kim McNabb with the Bronx Borough President's Office.
Hi, good evening, everybody. I have 3 upcoming events to share and then 2 really, I'll try to be brief. We are really excited. We've already, we're doing all for distribution now, but we're sort of the kickoff of our holiday events. But our big, main event will be our tree lighting extravaganza in Lou Gehrig's Plaza. That will be on December 5th from 6 to 9. And then on December 14th, we will be doing a toy giveaway at the Bronx Zoo. That will be at the Dancing Crane Pavilion. And I have a note here, this is only open to service members, veterans, and their families, so it is a slightly limited event. I don't have the time, but I suspect it would be in the morning. And then we also have the Borough President's Cup. It's a chess tournament for students at PS 70. That will be on December 7th. More information about that event can be found at chessintheschools.org. I have left physical flyers for all the events at the building, so you can pick those up on your way out if you want more information or if you want a reminder of those. But those are the 3 upcoming events that we have in December. And then just as far as news from our office, we have emailed a list of our capital budget allocations for projects in the community board for fiscal year 2023 through fiscal year 2025. And over the last 3 fiscal years, our office was able to allocate nearly $94.5 million in capital funding throughout the borough for housing, education, parks, hospitals, and all other important capital projects. If this information wasn't already provided directly from our Director of Community Boards, I'm happy to forward specific details. And I know for a number of you, this process is still probably fresh in your minds, but we will be opening up the community board application process again for next year. We'll notify all the boards once the application portal is open. So please, once the information is available, it will be on our website. To share it with anyone, friends, families, to anyone who you think that might be interested. And definitely let them know how your experience has been to help get them excited. Quick other announcements. Earlier this month, on November 14th, the Borough President joined Bronx Care Health System, Ponce Bank, Fidelis Care, and Pro Health Connect to host Puerto Rico Heritage Month at the newly opened Bronx Music Hall, which was very fun and exciting. And late in October, our office submitted 2 applications for the state's Downtown Revitalization Initiative, or otherwise known as DRI. And as part of that process, we submitted 2 applications to the state. One was for the Greater Morris Park area, and the other was for the Harlem River Gateway District. The Borough President worked with numerous different stakeholders in these 2 areas to identify capital projects that would support these communities and benefit from additional state funding. Only one application can be submitted to. And we are expecting to see applications from some of the other boroughs. I believe Manhattan, Brooklyn, and Queens also submitted applications. And then the winning applications will be announced early in next year. So fingers crossed that the Bronx gets one of them. And I think that's it for me. I hope everyone has a great Thanksgiving.
Thank you. We're going to move on to Ronell.
Hi, this is Ronell from State Senator Jamal T. Bailey's office. I don't really have that many updates because my community partner Andy covered pretty much most of them. But if you'd like to contact our office regarding any situations or issues in the community, our number is 718-547-8854, and our office is located at 959 East 233rd Street. If there's any, let's say, potholes or just any little things in the neighborhood, you could send an email to our office or call our office. Recently, I always drive past East 238th Street and Furman Avenue, and there was like a little dip near like the crosswalk. So I had put that in, and I see that they filled it up with some asphalt to mitigate the situation. So just little things like that. If there's any concerns or problems, you can contact our office. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Next we have Ivan.
Hello, everyone. Ivan from Assemblyman Jeffrey Dinowitz's office here. Hope you're all looking forward to Thanksgiving next Thursday. Unfortunately for our office, that meant that a lot of meetings got shuffled around, and tonight was the perfect storm. But unfortunately, Assemblyman Dinowitz isn't here, but I'm here representing him. While he's not here tonight, Assemblyman Dinowitz was in Wakefield this morning, along with Bronx Borough President Vanessa L. Gibson and State Senator Jamal T. Bailey for the ribbon cutting for the Plains at 4519 White Plains Road. So that was this morning. And then Monday, he was at PS 16 with Councilmember Eric Dinowitz handing out turkeys for families. And following the food trend, our office is having our annual holiday food drive. So anybody interested in donating food, we'll be collecting up through December 10th. And that'll be at our district office at 3107 Kingsbridge Avenue. I'll leave all my information and contact information in the chat. And yeah, I hope everybody enjoys the holiday.
Thank you so much. And I believe that's it. No one else has their hand raised. Again, last call. Any representatives? Alina, go ahead.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Alina Dow, Bronx Borough Director from the Mayor's Office. I just wanted to come. I know we're closing out the end of the year. I wanted to share some of the highlights the mayor is very excited about. That 1,200 illegal smoke shops have already been shut down. 18,000 illegal guns were removed off of the street. By the end of November, 70% of trash will be moved into container bins. There has been an approximately over 30% drop in Black and Latino unemployment. And the mayor has also been able to get 7,800 New Yorkers moved off of the subway into shelters, and 173 miles of sidewalk scaffolding have been taken down. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. As far as I know, no one can tell, but we are in winter season, and it's really important that if you don't have heat, that you please call 311 to report it, get the complaint number. If the situation hasn't been rectified, I'll share my contact information with everyone so that you can contact me. And it's really important. I want to emphasize to please call 311. If it's a pothole, if it's a garbage, anything, to call 311 first So that is the tracking system that is being utilized, and we want to make sure that all the proper channels are funneled through before just sending an email and making the complaint that way. Um, in addition, I know that I have, and I think you guys already had it, the 4-7 precinct. The mayor's also hosting the Breaking Bread Building Bonds throughout New York City with the NYPD. I believe the 4-7 had it, but they have it at different precincts. And it's not just to go in your area. It really is to go out and network and meet people from all over. So if you're in connection with other precincts, you can also attend their Breaking Bread Building Bonds. It's in a way really to just get to know your neighbors. My contact information, my phone number is area code 914-446-8393. And my email is A for Alina, Dow, that's DOWE as in Edward, at cityhall.nyc.gov. Please do not hesitate to contact me. Happy holidays to you all, and I look forward to seeing everyone soon.
Thank you, Alina. If you can just add your contact information in the chat, that would be great. Thank you so much. Okay, it seems like that concludes our elected officials representative reports. Thank you so much. We're moving on to the next item on the agenda. My updates, I have two updates. One is that we've been talking with Congressman Torres, and everybody knows he's sponsoring a legislative breakfast for us. And they have proposed two dates. January, I wrote them down, hold on one second. They have proposed January 11th and January 25th. So I will be working with George so that we can start working on this. They proposed for us to have that breakfast here. It's on a Saturday, and they will be, covering the costs and sponsoring. So if you can just save those dates. Saturday, January 11th, and Saturday, January 25th. And this is for our board members, and this is about the legislative breakfast that Congressman Torres is sponsoring for us. So please save those dates. Your participation is important. The second update is from Councilmember Riley's office. He reached out just to share with you all that he is in support of the City of Yes. There was a vote on that earlier today. He will be coming and talking to the board in January, but he wanted to let you all know that he understood that we voted no and that we had some concerns, but he did add some provisions that will benefit the district. And for example, one of them is the White Plains Road revitalization, and the second is addressing infrastructure updates to sustain current situations and new developments. We've been talking a lot about our infrastructure and the concern about storm damage and our infrastructure. So he'll be coming and talking to us in January. And George has some updates that I was going to share about our holiday party. And just so we get an idea, can we get can you raise your hands who will be here on the 20th for our holiday party? Okay, just so that we can have an idea. That's it. I'm going to pass it on now to George.
Good evening, board members, and happy Thursday. We are quickly approaching the holiday season. We are meeting earlier this month because of the Thanksgiving holiday. I want to wish you all a happy Thanksgiving and to all your families. Some quick housekeeping notes. The community board office will be closed the Friday after Thanksgiving. Additionally, I will be out next week until the following Monday, December 2nd. Please note, our chair just mentioned that our holiday potluck is on Friday, December 20th at 6 p.m. We encourage everyone to bring/make one of your favorite dishes. Last year, Benga bought jollof rice and a chicken dish, spicy chicken dish. If you are not culinary inclined, we ask that you contribute $30 to help defray the cost of hosting this event. Please let Ursula or I know what you intend to bring and or contribute.
George, in what form should they contribute?
I'm sorry?
Should they Zelle, cash?
I don't know. So cash is better, but yeah, you can Zelle Urs or well, I shouldn't say myself, but you can Zelle Urs or it's up to you. Yeah. I guess you would need your cell, right? Urs for Zell? Yeah, you would just need Ursula's cell phone for Zell. Yeah, Ursula's cell phone is her personal cell phone, and we've had some community people calling at inappropriate times, so we'd like to stop that. To get back, the community board received some very welcome news last week. The fund for the city of New York assigned us Ashwarya Venkatesh. She is a second-year urban and community planning student at the Pratt Institute, as well as a community planning fellow with the fund for the city of New York. I reached out to the executive committee officers to schedule a sit-down with Aishwarya. Before introducing her to the full board, she is eager to get started working on our concerns. I would like to thank our board members that were able to have a conversation with our DOT Borough Commissioner on some of the requests that we've been making regarding complaints about truck parking and finding creative solutions to combat those concerns. We spoke this week about what is happening in our community with tractor trailers parking in residential neighborhoods and the lack of enforcement. We spoke about some ideas our board members had about installing bike lanes, traffic medians, and other engineering ideas to deter truck parking in our neighborhoods. Finally, the holidays can be anxiety-inducing affairs, and traditionally, we have not scheduled meetings in December. However, we still have to meet on putting our district needs statement together, which is one of the requirements of the community board. We need to prioritize our capital and expense needs as a community. Additionally, we need to hold a public hearing before we make our submission to city planning. We have discussed this in the past, but we should be identifying these projects and then put them in priority order. And in conclusion, today marks my 3,399th day as your district manager, or 9 years, 3 months, and 19th day of my tenure here. I am grateful for each and every day at the board. Thank you for your patience and good night. But I was having a conversation with Ursula, and Ursula has been here for 10,728 days, or 29 years, 4 months, and 12 days. And still going very strong, and will not retire, ever.
Thank you,
All right,
Ursula,
thank
for your
you.
service. Okay, moving on to the next item on our agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the board minutes for September 26th? We will not be approving the ones of October. They have not been submitted yet. Okay, John Isaac moved.
Second, Robert Hall.
Okay. Can you write that for us? We're writing minutes. Great. So now, passing on the mic to Clinton.
Okay, good evening. Call your name. Let me know what your decision is. Judith Benitez is excused. Carlton Berkeley. Are you approving the minutes? Is this for approval of the minutes? Okay. Okay. Carla Bossati. Patricia Boswell. Patricia Boswell.
This is not attendance. He's taking, again, we'll approve the minutes, so it's yes or no.
Michelle Bromfield Armstrong. She's not excused. Desiree Campbell. Desiree Campbell. Sadie Campbell. Sadie Campbell. Joan Claude. Etonia Davis. Tolene Dickerson.
Yes.
Tierra Donaldson. Denise Echeverria. Jaslyn Farmer. Alfredo Figueroa. Sabrina Fisher. Kartika Fuentes. Johnny Goff is excused. Darren Grant.
Yes.
Sheila Grierson. Sheila Grierson, Robert Hall,
Yes.
John Isaac, Theodore James,
Aye.
Theodore James, Alpha Kamara, Robert Link, Javid Malik, okay. Mark, I don't know how to pronounce. Okay. Lucille Martin. Mensa. May Mensa. Yeah, not answering. Antoinette Mitchell. Oh, she's excused. Andrea Elise Murray. Clinton Mike. Carmen Ortiz. Wayne Palmer. Reginald Paris. Reginald Paris. What do you say? Repeat. Reginald Paris. Ariel Peters. Abstain. Oh. Okay. Dominique Finn, excuse. Anthony Reed is excused. Nicholas Rosa. Aye. Dr. Sherry Samuels. Karen Skinner Parks. Carl Stricker.
Aye.
Benga Suber. Luke Zabados.
Aye.
Deborah Tirado. Deborah Tirado. Damon Tutine. Deborah Walker is excused. Beatrice Coronel.
Aye.
Thank you.
And you can go online now. So, sorry. Did you add her? You already said Tony? Everybody's in? And Darren?
Darren Grant. He answered. Darren Grant. Yeah.
Okay. One moment while we tally.
Thank you. The ayes have it.
Thank you. Now we're going to move on to committee reports. First up, committee number 1.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Committee 1, which was, we did a Transportation and Capital Projects Committee, was November 12th at 7 p.m. Here at the Townhouse. First on the agenda, we had New Laconia Radio Dispatch, which there was no negative report from the 47 precinct, and you know, with the way the cabs are moving now, everything is on Uber and all that stuff. So we voted in favor of, the committee voted in favor of renewing the base or the dispatch license for New Laconia cab service. And then we had 3 street name renamings or co-namings for, one was Bishop A.J. Quarry. It's Lurton Avenue between Burke and Duncan Avenue. And for Marvin E. Mayfield Jr., which was Edson Avenue between Burke and Hammersley Avenue. And Cashmere Marquise Way, which was East 227th Street and Barnes. All these were submitted by Councilman Kevin Raleigh, and their families came and presentations were made, and the committee was in favor of the street co-namings for these folks. I need a motion. I mean, we actually approved everything, so we just need a motion to accept the committee report and a motion to vote on, I don't know how we're going to do it. New Laconia should be a separate vote, and then the street co-namings, we could do that as a block. Okay. All right. Good. all three one time.
Point
Okay.
of clarification, could we do a voice vote?
Excuse me?
Could we do a voice vote? Like
Yeah.
everybody say it at the same time?
Yeah. So we're gonna do, so New Laconia, how about if anyone object, because you have the role, right? Does anyone object to the New Laconia base? So all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so so that passes. So the next one is the street codename again, Bishop Quarry, Marvin Mayfield, and Casimir. Also, if you got a chance, research Marvin Mayfield, because this is an interesting community person. He was actually for the bail reform. So, you know, there was a lot of issues that came up about bail reform. And then I was looking at the other day also with all the folks that, like that one gentleman, he came out, he was in prison 1 minute, come out, then he killed people or whatever. But it's a separate thing with Marvin Mayfield. I think he got incarcerated when he was younger. And what happened was the cops, like, they'll pull him over, and that's because he was arrested, like, when he was younger. They will put him in prison for, like, months, and he wouldn't even see a judge and all that stuff. So they're actually naming the law and stuff after him. So there's a lot of revisions being done because of the work that he did. And I actually look at interviews where he got like really emotional and they were talking about, because he spent like 9 months on Rikers, and I think he was like abused and all that stuff. So it's like real touching. But anyway, we felt that he deserved it. And so the last one is for for the block, for the co-namens. All in favor? Aye. All right, motion carries. That's it.
Luke?
I just wanted to say that the Department of Records recently created a map called the NYC Honorary Streets Names Map, and you can look it up and see a little bit about the history about all of the people who make our community.
Thank you for sharing that. Okay, now we are going to move on to committee. You finished all your matters, right? Okay, we're going to move on to committee 2.
Carla, should I start? Okay. So we didn't have a quorum, and it made our work a little bit difficult. We did talk about a lot of different things at the committee meeting, and I wanted to bring those individually for votes because we weren't able to have a quorum. So please, if you're on committee 2, please attend the meetings because it's challenging to get things done without you. But some of those things, and I before I brought them to a vote, I just wanted some clarification on the process for the budget requests, because it sounds like we have to have another meeting and a hearing. Is that true? Public hearing?
So we asked each committee to identify what they see the need is. And then we have a public hearing because we do have to open it up to the public, right? And then we create our list and prioritize it, and then we submit it to George for him to submit on our behalf.
Okay.
I saw an email that you sent out about a park that had lead pipes. So did we get like an estimate of how much, because that's going to be like a capital project, right? So
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. So the New York League of Conservation Voters recently put out a map based on Department of Environmental Protection data, which shows where lead pipes are known to be still in use across the city. You can zoom in and you can look at any property. A lot of different parks departments' property, they have the phrase not applicable, except for Gun Hill Road Playground on Magenta Street, which is identified as having galvanized steel pipes, which are identified as having lead. So on this map, it shows that Gun Hill Playground, which I've used the sprinklers and water fountains there, and a lot of people do in the summertime, it has lead-infected water. And the city has this in its database, but if you look at the Parks Department capital tracker, there's no capital projects planned to replace those lead pipes, which is, I think, a real travesty. I just learned about this recently, but I'd like to add it today to the list of capital requests.
I think that's a great idea. And just to remind everybody, part of this legislative breakfast is for us to bring all of our concerns to all of the elected officials at the city, state, and federal level. And that'll be separate. But yes, go ahead, Luke.
So the first thing...
I'm sorry, 1 second. New media, we can hear you guys over here.
So we talked about reforming Friends of Shoelace Park at this committee meeting. There was also a meeting today about that. Friends of Shoelace Park is an advocacy organization at upkeeping Shoelace Park. It's being helped organized by the Bronx River Alliance. So if anybody's interested in taking part in visioning how to maybe plant plants or having community events in Shoelace Park, let me know, or you can connect with Jennifer Seda at the Bronx River Alliance. In terms of budget requests, I'd like to bring this for a vote, and I'd like to bundle them. First is the Gun Hill Playground lead pipe capital project. The second is lighting in Bronx Park. Currently, there's no lighting between Burke Avenue Bridge and Duncombe Avenue, and a lot of people use that to get back and forth between East and West Bronx. Renzi Playground capital upgrades is something we talked about. Fixing District 14 headquarters, which is a parks building at White Plains Road and Gun Hill Road. It used to have publicly accessible bathrooms. Those have been closed down for renovation. It's a falling apart building that the Parks Department uses for their headquarters. So we want the headquarters to be renovated as well as the public bathrooms. So those are the 4 budget requests we have.
Okay, Carla, did you need to say anything? Carla?
Microphone. The microphone.
You need the microphone.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the proposed capital request so it can go into the board's overall budget request.
First to accept the committee report.
I'm not done with the committee.
Okay, right, okay.
Sorry. But also there was no quorum, so we don't have a report per se.
Yes, so we're taking it directly to the full board because, yeah, there was no quorum at the committee meeting.
Yeah, I would second it, but I just wanted to add that I wanted to tell Luke, if those bathrooms in that area that you just mentioned get, really diagnosed, you're going to find there's lead pipes in there also. And you don't know that, but I'm saying from experience, there are lead pipes in those bathrooms.
And
so,
Renzi Playground, all of these playgrounds.
That being said, the redoing of all of the pipes in the best interest of eradicating lead, you can go forward, but that's for certain.
Look, quick question. The one park with the lighting, if you put lighting, will it encourage folks to hang out there after dusk? Because I think the Parks Department try to, like certain parks, they want them to close at dusk. So it's kind of like a weird situation. You know what I'm saying? I know it might be a safety thing, like you say, people walk back and forth, but I don't know, just a thought.
So in Bronx River Forest, there's really nice lighting all the way through. And I don't know if anybody walks through Bronx River Forest, but it's a crucial way to get from 4th Street to, Burke Avenue, thanks. So it's really dark right now, and I think part of it is a safety reason, because when you go underneath that bridge, the Burke Avenue overpass to the Bronx River Parkway, you just can't see anything. And people do hang out there. I have traveled through there, I've walked through there, I've never had a problem, but it's not the same experience for everybody. But I think the lighting would help. I mean, my fiance tells me that she feels very uncomfortable, and that lighting would make her feel a lot more comfortable.
A couple of times when we renovated a couple of playgrounds in Westchester, by having the lights on, it forced people to hang out there, and then like the new play equipment would get vandalized, versus like if they locked it up at 6, 7 o'clock, and only the kids have access to it, then
But are these locked up places? No, they're open,
this
right?
this is just a public greenway.
Yeah, so I think for safety reasons, it's better to have more lighting. If people are hanging out there anyway, having more lighting, you can identify it more. Question?
Also, underneath that bridge, when it rains real hard, it floods and it renders that unusable. Is there anything that you think we can do about that? Because I think that there's only one drain in the center, and like the leaves clog it. And when it rains real bad, you can't even walk underneath there.
So DEP is doing this project further north, I think around 233rd Street, because the Bronx River Parkway gets flooded all the time around 233rd or Nereid Avenue, pretty far north, and they're installing these huge pumps, I think, and pump station to just suck it all out. That's something that's a huge capital project we can advocate for, because I've had to change my commute because I can't go under that bridge. So I hear you. Given that the committee didn't take a vote, I'd kindly ask if we can put flood mitigation under that overpass to our budget request list. So that makes us 5 budget requests for parks.
Also, when people are talking about the lighting, like Beatrice, you said people hanging out, a lot of times lighting take people from hanging out. The better the lighting, people tend to say, oh, I don't want to hang out here. So it's safety and keep them from hanging out there.
And we would rely on the Parks Department's professionals to design it in a really nice way. Like, they have these really nice colored lamps that have just like a nice glow to them. So it would be a beautification kind of project too.
Okay. And if you have any other ideas, please send it to Luke. Again, this is like our wish list, and we can include it, and we can see what we get.
What about the lifeguards?
I was going to take that as a separate vote, if that's okay. So this is just the 5 budget requests. That we've got the lighting in Bronx Park. We've got the Gun Hill Playground, lead pipe mitigation, Renzi Playground, capital upgrade, bathroom, District 14 headquarters, and flood mitigation under the Burke Avenue overpass of the Bronx River Parkway.
So that's also along with lighting?
Yes.
Okay, not a problem.
Right,
We got the lighting in
he's
there.
asking what's the motion.
Asking to approve, looking for a motion to approve.
Question, do we need a separate voting sheet for this, Ursula and George? No? Okay. To approve.
To approve
for-
adding these 5 items
To
to
our-
our list of budget requests. Voice
Yes.
vote, please.
Who second? Okay. Will you wrote that down for us? Apologies, Michelle, our recording secretary, is not here today, nor is Miss Judith Benitez. Okay, all in favor?
Motion.
Any abstentions? Any nays? It passes.
The next item that we talked about and I would like to bring to the board for a vote is a letter to the mayor regarding the lifeguard shortage, shortened lifeguard hours, and the need for swim lessons. So if anybody's tried to look for swim lessons, they're very few. There's a lottery for free swim lessons. Swimming is an integral part of everybody's health, fitness, and self-confidence. It's also a great career, being a lifeguard. So we want to write a letter to the mayor asking to increase the headcount for lifeguards, increase hours as appropriate, and potentially look for increasing the season, and increasing the funding for swim lessons.
Somebody make a motion?
Can we make suggestions? Yeah. Can there be a suggestion more around also social programming for these things, like not just the swim lessons, but also how do we have intersectional social programming supporting kids, creating some sort of like either pipeline for youth to, you know, be engaged in their community or something similar, but not just focused on that, but like an intersectional with like a pipeline for something, right?
With the swimming lessons, because it's definitely a lottery, it's really hard because it's like all 5 boroughs getting in. Not only can we extend that, I love the kids, I love children, but can we also try to extend that for adults as well? Because yes, it's a good, you know, it's also a good survival skill that I think that people should have, you know. God forbid there's a child, maybe the adult or somebody that's there can't even, you know, save the child as well. So if that's possible, to extend that for adults, because usually we cap everything at a certain age and it doesn't get to the community.
Yeah, especially because there's been a historic disinvestment in swimming lessons. Great. So if you don't mind, we can work on the language to include in that letter together. But if the full board approves this, I'd like to try to get other community boards around the city to sign on to this as well, so that we can kind of all come as one to make this request.
Can somebody make a motion?
Make a motion to support this proposed letter.
Well, somebody has to first.
He can't make it.
Yeah, somebody has to first.
I motion to vote on what Luke said, to support.
The letter of support.
Yeah, I second.
Lifeguard and swimming lessons.
Including to all residents, all residents
All
of
residents,
the district.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you look at, sorry to hold this up, but if you went to Orchard Beach this summer, half the beach is closed. We got a whole second beach right there. It's a beautiful resource.
Is everybody clear? Okay. All in favor? Aye. Any abstentions? Any nays? The ayes have it.
We also talked at this meeting about the New York State Department of Transportation is expanding the Cross Bronx near a NYCHA housing complex by Tremont Avenue and the Cross Bronx near Starlight Park. So we heard a presentation from the Bronx River Alliance about that proposal. Oh, just in general for your committees, do you want to talk anything about what we talked about at the meeting from your committee perspective?
Yeah, just that it would increase the congestion and the pollution in that stretch. And then we had doubts that it would ever go away again, right? It was supposed to be, it's proposed as temporary, right?
Yeah.
But we didn't really feel confident that it would ever go away once it starts diverting traffic from the Cross Bronx to that ancillary road. So yeah, we were not in favor.
The other voting item, go on. So it's not within the expansion project itself, isn't in, but it's one of these projects that's so massive, and it's right over the Bronx River. It's going to affect river quality and pollution in the borough as a whole. We didn't take a position on it, and honestly, there might be more discussion needed, primarily because it's a transportation item, but we looked at it from the Bronx River perspective and the parks perspective, but really encourage people to check out that petition for the Five Bridges project. The other item that we talked about at the meeting.
Hold on.
Sorry.
What it is supposed to be some overpass. Already, we all know that the Cross Bronx is always congested. You could go there 3, 4 o'clock in the morning and you're going to run into traffic. They're talking about putting some overpass, right, that they said will be temporary, right? But with the asthma rate in the Bronx as it is and the pollution, we know that more or less that road, that overpass is never ever gonna come down, because they said while it's over there, they wanted to have a new bus route. They didn't know the bus route, but they said that it would be a private bus route to try to sell it to the people and say, oh, we'll bring transportation to this area, all right? And we know that when people that asked what type of bus, they couldn't say it, but they were throwing that in there, hoping that people would say, oh yeah, we got new transportation. The bottom line is we don't need it, all right? We just don't need it.
So, personally, I see this as a Bronx-wide thing, and if they're able to get this through, what other projects are they able to get through across the borough? So if we wanted to, we could vote to support and sign on to this position as our organization body. So that's one way we could support.
Any questions?
Yeah, I don't mind that, but I still would like to know, well, what does Morris Park think about this? What does Bryan Avenue think about this? I want to know, because that might help gauge my input. All right, I do understand the indirect activity as far as Bronx River is concerned, but I still would like to know about the areas that directly are affected, like Bronx River houses.
That's the one. They're building it right up next to Bronx River houses.
I'm aware of that. And I would like to hear more of what they are talking about in that area, which would help me gauge my perspective from this area.
Bronx River Alliance is kind of leading the charge in educating the public, because my personal opinion, the state hasn't done that type of outreach, and they haven't educated people to the effect that this will have. So there hasn't been a lot of meetings to get these types of perspectives, but that's definitely needed.
Yeah, and Richie Torres is leading the wallet, so he's coming up with that money, and this is a big conversation. And historically, you have to understand, going back into the Robert Moses era, when they built this Cross Bronx, they were supposed to do that through Katona Park, not where they did it they did it the way they did it. So that being said, that is why I would seek other input in creating, our own say.
Definitely. So, I'm not sure we are in a position tonight to make an educated vote, but I really encourage people to check this out. It's changing day by day in terms of what the proposal is. But Bronx River Alliance, kudos to them for bringing it to everybody's attention.
Can you get us more information? So we table it to get us more information, or somebody that can speak on it?
Yeah, we can have them present potentially at a full board meeting if we want. Okay.
So that would be January, because we
Okay.
don't meet in December.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is happening at the same time as there's a conversation capped across Bronx, so it's a little bit, crazy. The other thing that we talked about at the meeting was to support writing a grant to activate funds to support paper streets. So paper streets. So does anybody know the Carpenter Avenue Community Garden? It's up at like 229th Street in Carpenter Ave. Beautiful garden. They're on a street, and they were able to get through Green Thumb permission to activate. There's actually a ton of these types of spaces in our community board. George has fielded questions from community members about it, and I've been starting to identify some of these, and what we need is actually pretty easy. If you're an established organization like Green Thumb, you have to sign a contract with the city, say you have liability insurance, and then you can activate it, and there's certain rules. But in order to activate some of these spaces, we need funding to support, turning the land into a beautiful garden. So I'm proposing that the community board support us in writing a grant to seek funds to turn these vacant spaces into community gardens.
Thank you. Can somebody make a motion?
I'll make the motion. Or I second it.
Sorry.
I so motion.
Were you going to say something? No. Okay.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes.
I do have a question. I know that you raised this in committee. We're having, I guess, a committee meeting now because we didn't have a quorum then. There's a vote later on, but I think we're a community board. We're not a non-for-profit. Us writing grants is not our responsibility. You guys are going to have, like I said, you're having a conversation that, again, this is the first time that I'm hearing about it, and I'm the city employee. Ursula is the city employee.
Point of clarification, if I may. So if everybody remembers, Fordham University came to our community board and testified about the Investing in Communities program and how community boards such as ourselves can apply to direct grant funding. We're not saying that the board itself is employing people. We are making suggestions to take funding from Fordham University and direct it to organizations like Green Thumb. So
And I just want to add to that. The way that would work is that we would partner up with a nonprofit, and so they would be the ones supporting that. We'd be working with them.
Yeah, so this is all in accordance with that Flourishing in Communities grant that was proposed and presented to us at a previous board meeting.
That we've spoken about a few times and all voted in favor of.
So the point I was making, again, is that, to Luke's point, now we're bringing in a third party that is going to act, I guess, as some sort of fiduciary. And what role does the community board play in that?
So
Because
Green
hold
Thumb
on,
is,
let me
point of
let
order.
me-
Point of order, if I may be recognized by the chair. Green Thumb is not some obscure fiduciary. You know what we're trying to do, George, is invest in some of these vacant spaces, turn them into beautiful community gardens, like Bissell Gardens is, like Carpenter Avenue Gardens, like Ujamaa Gardens here in the Bronx. This is not a contentious matter. We're really just trying to get through this, and frankly, we've already done the vote, and we can probably move on from here, if that's okay.
Well, but again, see, this is what I'm talking about. I've been sending emails to our chair that have gone unanswered, and it leads to these sort of disputes that I don't want to have in this setting.
Okay.
And
George.
see, this is again, this
is
you're stifling
point of
the
order.
conversation because
Point of order.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, everybody.
Is the
just
district manager recognized?
let's again. You know, this is something that continues to happen. We've voted on this. We've had discussions on how this would work. This is not new information. We're just coming up with the ideas of what we envision for our district. George, 1 minute.
So again, can I finish my statement, or am I going to keep getting interrupted?
Go ahead.
So I've had these conversations. I've had them with Fordham because, again, I've not been informed about what it is. You know how many community boards have applied for this Fordham grant or for any of these other grants? 0. Do you know how money works when you work for the city of New York? We don't have a bank account. Community Board 12 doesn't have a bank account. We get our money from the city tax levy. We are not a mayoral agency. So we've had these conversations with OMB, and we're not, again, depending on who you speak to at the Office of Management and Budget, we're not allowed to apply for these grants. So it is my concern that when we come to the community board and we have a conversation with board members and say to them that we have these lofty goals where we're going to do these things, I'm not saying they're not laudable. I'm just saying we need to ensure, as a community board that doesn't have, we don't have an EIN number, we're not a non-for-profit, how does all of that work?
George, you have 10 seconds.
But see, this is the type of information that is not, the conversations are not happening in committee in regards to what is our actual role and what is the fiduciary responsibility, because again, some of you are city employees who have been appointed to the board, but your status on the board is as volunteers. It is Ursula and I that become the stewards of the money that is spent here by the board. So if the idea, Luke, is that we're applying for a grant that we're going to give to some third party
That's how
that
it
is
works,
then
George.
going to admit.
That's how it works. We have to move on, but that's how it works. We've had like 5 meetings on this. We had a presenter. We would have a third party, which would be the nonprofit, which would receive the funds, and they would work on our behalf, and we would collaborate with them. So it is doable. You all heard it. We've had 5 meetings on this. Can we please move on?
Yes.
Thank you.
Again, I would just ask that, again, we explore this as a committee and have not even as a committee, as a whole board, and have a conversation, because you mentioned that we had 5 meetings on that. I would just ask you to prove it, because I've not
Okay,
been
George,
at any
thank you
meetings
so
about
much.
that.
We appreciate it. Thank you.
I do have one more issue, but I'll wait till we get to new business.
Thank you.
We took a vote on that grant writing thing, right?
We did.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. You're done? Committee number 2?
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to committee number 3. Dr. Samuels?
Good evening. We just want to say one thing before we.
Go ahead, Talene.
Okay, we just want to say one thing before we start, and that is that we wanted to recognize what is called Movember. And why do we celebrate International Men's Day? International Men's Day is celebrated on November 19th to recognize men's contributions to society and to raise awareness of the issues that they face. So we're going to celebrate contributions. International Men's Day recognizes the positive contributions men make to society in economic, social, cultural, political spheres. It also celebrates the achievements and lives of boys and men.
You want to eat anything else? You want to eat anything else?
Hello?
Huh? You're not going to eat anything else?
Beatrice, can you unmute? Can you mute them?
Go ahead.
Okay. The other part, to raises awareness of issues that men face, such as abuse, homelessness, suicide, violence, and parental alienation. It also focuses on the issues faced by men from different cultures and socioeconomic backgrounds. Promotes the men's healing and well-being. It encourages men to express their emotions and seek help when needed. It promotes and encourages positive male role models. It encourages men to teach boys the values, character, and responsibilities of being a man. So we just wanted to give a shout out.
Thank you. Dr. Samuels?
Hi, good evening, everybody. So from the Health and Human Services Committee 3 report, what I've noticed that in our website, we haven't had a community health focus assessment in years. The last time that an assessment has been done in our community has to be at least 10 to 12 years ago. And it's important to have this assessment done. One of the reasons it's important to have it done in the community is to see, to assess the healthcare needs in our community. The second reason is to assess resources that are available in our area, and there's hardly any that's available in our area. In our area, it's very limited compared to other areas in New York City. And it's also to bring services to our area, such as mobile screening for prostate cancer, mammograms, health fairs, to the community. Now, Javid has been in touch by email with, I can't remember her name, but
I spoke to Eileen from the mayor's office, as well as there was a representative from the Department of Health I spoke to, and I had voiced these concerns that we had, that there hadn't been any updated data on our community health profiles. It's really sporadic when you go on the website. Some things are like 2019, other things are 2006. So all in all, there isn't anything, from my eyes, what I just looked at again before I came in this meeting, anything past 2020. We're going into 2025 now. So we've been trying to get them to perform a community health assessment for CB12 and all of New York City overall, so we can see what metrics, like you were saying, what's the most prevalent conditions within our community, so we can actually create programs to combat them adequately.
Right. And since there's nothing, what are we providing to the community? So what I propose is for us to maybe receive funding, funding to get this health assessment needs. It needs to be done. It needs to be completed. You look at other areas like in Brooklyn and Queens, they have theirs completed, and theirs are up on the website. But for us, we don't have anything. There's nothing there. We don't know the health conditions that's, plaguing our community, really. Yes?
So one thing, when Fordham University presented to us about the Flourishing in Communities grant, this might be something that could be available for a grant. There are organizations that conduct surveys in a really scientific way, and maybe that's some kind of grant that could be explored.
Yes, one of the grants covered community assessments.
Oh, okay.
And
All right,
studies
so
and
that's
research.
good. So that's Fordham University. Okay. All right, perfect.
Did you want to share? Want me to share the slide?
Yeah. So every month, what I think I would like to do, I would like to do is present the healthcare issue that plagues our community. And I thought that the first one that I should present will be diabetes. Since the holidays are approaching, diabetes, we know, affects a lot of us minorities, African Americans, us Latinos. So this is something that I think really needs to be addressed. So you can go to the next slide. So we have two types of diabetes. We have type 1, type 2. Type 1 is insulin dependent, and this is the one that you will see people normally born with. You'll hear the term juvenile diabetes. We don't use that term anymore. And then we have type 2, which is adult onset. We don't use that term anymore. This is the one where people normally use medications. But you can also use insulin with type 2. You can go to the next slide. We manage diabetes 3 ways. We manage it with medication, insulin, medication, with pills. We also manage it with diet. You can go on myplate.gov and you can research and look at how you should eat your meals. They always say you should only eat the meals or portions within the size of the palm of your hand. As for meat, as for starch, and for vegetables. So that's 2 ways that we can manage it. The next way that we can manage it is with exercise. Exercise, according to the American Diabetics Association, should be performed at least 5 times a week, 30 minutes a day. We should be having at least 150 minutes per week of exercise. Any type of exercise. It could be just walking, hiking, weightlifting, running, but it should be about 150 minutes. The release of hormones during that time when you exercise will help to lower your chances of occurring diabetes. Go to the next slide. And we should also monitor your blood glucose levels. If you are diabetic, you should be monitoring your glucose levels at least 3 times a day if you have type 1 or an insulin, because you take insulin at least 2 times a day. And you should always monitor it before, so this way you know if your blood glucose level doesn't go too low. If you take pills, you should monitor at least in the morning time when you wake up, so this way you know how to gauge your day and know what type of foods to eat. Now with the holidays approaching, we should try to make as much healthy food choices as possible. Try to stay away from fried foods, greasy foods, high starch foods. We know that's probably like basically everything when we eat for the holidays. But, and sugar with the sweet potatoes and the candied yams, yeah. But if you have to eat those foods, try to eat them in smaller portions. This way it doesn't overload, because what happens is if you're diabetic, your pancreas is not secreting enough insulin. And what happens is every time you take a piece of candy and you put it in your mouth, your pancreas is secreting insulin. But if you're diabetic, it won't secrete it. So that's why people's blood glucose levels go very high, okay? Next one. And just try to make healthy food choices overall. Try to eat salads, baked foods over fried foods. Try to eat, drink more water is key. Drinking more water helps, believe it or not, it really actually helps to dilute the blood. So drinking more water, if you have to drink something bubbly, maybe seltzer with no sugar, and just try to make healthy food choices altogether. But try the website, myplate.gov. It's very informative. Okay, and that's it.
Any questions?
No, I was just gonna say the walk from Gun Hill Road to Montefiore Hospital on Bainbridge. That's enough. That's enough right there. Carla Basati and Carl Strick already know this. I just had this conversation on the Montefiore board, and we were just talking about that. And it's really from Gun Hill Road, White Plains Road, to Bainbridge to get to Montefiore. It's hell getting up that hill. And if you walk it, and you can walk it, and you do walk it, by the time you get there, your glucose level and everything is flattened out. I'm listening to this, and I just thought we was at the Monty meeting. You know, I just closed my eyes, but that's what I thought we were talking about. But I fully understand, and I agree with what you're saying. It's just that we just did that 48 hours ago. But you're right. You're absolutely right. And that .gov is the way to go. So, I mean, live right, have water. Thank you.
I just wanted to add one more thing to bounce off what you were saying there. I think it really does voice the need for the community health assessment, because one of the metrics that was recorded the last time that one was performed in our area and all over New York City was how close residents have to a healthy a grocery store that has healthy options as opposed to residents that are eating in bodegas or eating from fast food restaurants, or the proximity of a fast food restaurant closer to you than a grocery store, because residents are more likely to eat from there, especially due to their socioeconomic status. There's this really interesting study of what they did in Baltimore, where they were they had this food program that would send people, and it worked with EBT as well, where they would send healthy foods to residents of low-income areas, so it would improve their likelihood of eating healthier foods. I know that Instacart is doing something like that here, so if residents do live farther away from a grocery store, they can use SNAP benefits on Instacart to be able to access grocery store foods. And I just want to make sure everyone here knows that and they can disseminate that information. As well as, again, I want to really highlight that community health needs assessment, because I think that there's an opportunity there for us to combat the increase of eating fast foods, especially in these areas that we live in where it's so prominent. I think that there is an opportunity for us to speak to, I think it's the mayor's office or whoever's in charge of disseminating, helping SNAP benefits for residents, because there might be a opportunity for people to have access to a certain amount of their SNAP benefits to be spent on hot food. As you know, that EBT, you cannot use EBT for hot food, right? And that leads to people going to the grocery store, but there's nothing preventing them from purchasing unhealthy items at the grocery store. The whole idea is that you're supposed to be using it for healthier foods. That's why you use it for whole foods. But that doesn't prevent those people from doing that. So if you take SNAP benefits and give them to a certain designated, if the health department were to designate certain restaurants within each zip code to be providing healthier foods, such as juice shops or salad shops, and allow those places to accept EBT, then you would improve the overall health of the community. And I think that's something we should talk about, because as an overall, that might be a cost benefit.
And I just want to share that we had a missed opportunity when we had the farmers market this past summer, right? That was all about healthy initiatives, and that's gone. We lost that because we didn't garner support, not even our elected officials, unfortunately, right? Or funding to sustain that, and our district needs that. During the pandemic, our district was one of the most at risk, and that says a lot about the health of this community. And so kudos to this committee for bringing that up. And so are you proposing that we take a vote on that? I feel like we're all in agreement, but.
I want to add.
Yes. Oh, sorry, we have a question.
I wanted to add. So I've been working closely with families, and I'm in their homes, family rehabilitation. And what I'm noticing is that it's not about the health. Like, we all have cultures. I think it's also that they don't know how to cook. They go to the food pantry. I send all my clients to the food pantry, and then they bring it home. They don't know what to do with this green, this potato, this tomato, this chicken, this can. And I think what they should kind of do is take a step back, and while they provide these food pantries, they can have a class where they can show people how to make a food. Because it's like, again, the culture is also coming in. I'm an African culture. They don't even say, okay, that jollof rice have this amount of calories. Or this, like, how can we curtail it to the community that, I'm not eating a salad. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're not gonna eat a salad, but let's curtail it to, like, how can we make it a way that you guys are providing this, and I love that idea you have with the changing the aspect of the EBT. But yeah, they don't get much already, and then we're fighting for that, and I just feel like we gotta probably educate a little bit more to create a system, even with working out. Like, exercise is not, when I noticed, not in people's families. No. So I said, did you see your grandma work out? Did you see your grandma? No, but when I went up to Westchester, spoke to a Caucasian person, she saw her grandma work out, she saw her daddy work out, so it's creating a habit, a new habit. So it has to take a step back. Than just saying, yeah, let's just educate, but people still don't really get it.
Back to your comment with preparation of food. Down in Harlem, they have the gardens, you know, like the farmer's market, but they show people there how to prepare the foods, because I work at Metropolitan Hospital. So right outside the farmer's market, the lady is there, she's showing you how to put different things together, but I've never seen that up here.
We had that. We had that this summer.
Yeah.
We had that this summer, and we didn't have enough support. That was the Uptown Boogie. She did the demos. She had.
Oh, we gotta
We
bring it
didn't
back.
even. We had a hard time retaining the farmer because we didn't have enough folks spending, and a lot of folks didn't have the money. And so again, we talk about disinvestments in our community, disinvestments. That's an example of it. And so again, when we have these meetings with our elected officials, we need to push for more funding for that. That farmers market was highlighting everything you're talking about right now.
I have
We
a
need it
question. That farmers market, I know that not all farmer markets do it, but did that one accept EBT?
Yes.
It did?
They even did some health bucks, but we didn't have enough. We ran out.
But the time, wasn't it like from 12 to 2?
Problems of it, right, is the problem is to eat healthy, it costs a lot of money, right? For me, at one point, I was still trying to do it. I was trying to go like vegetarian, vegan. I had to travel all the way up to like Wegmans, which is in North White Plains, to get food, Stu Leonard's, and these places, because down here they weren't selling the stuff that I needed to use. So, you know, and you can't find it in the supermarkets. Even the ShopRite in Mount Vernon over at Pelham, the ShopRite in Mount Vernon sell different stuff from the ShopRite in Tuckahoe.
Yeah, that's 100% true.
Which is crazy.
And that's why I want to like highlight that opportunity for us to work with, I don't know if it's the mayor's office or if it's our elected officials, if we can get EBT or SNAP benefits to be able to use by our residents, but specifically by health department designated restaurants in the area that serve healthy foods. That's a salad shop, that's a juice shop. There's plenty of juice shops in the Bronx that serve healthy foods and salads. I've run by them many times, but there's not always a lot of people eating there. But it's helpful for everybody because look, you help in the business. We designate certain restaurants in our community as healthy, and then we're encouraging people to eat healthy by giving them an allowance of their SNAP benefits to be used on prepared food. Most of the time, people don't even use their SNAP benefits for healthy food at the grocery store. They buying pre-made foods, frozen foods, because you're working, you're tired, working class people don't have time to cook a full meal all the time. And if we have the prepared foods, it's helpful.
But it's also the cost, like we were just saying.
And
It's
the
more
cost as well.
expensive to buy all the healthy ingredients.
It is.
But again, bring all these ideas to the legislative breakfast, right?
Yeah.
That's when we're going to have city, state, federal level. Okay, so thank you for that. It seems like we're all in agreement. Dr. Samuels, did you want to go on to the second part and bundle it, or do that separate? Okay, but you also had 100,000, and Taline, I don't know if you want to speak to that? Or so let's
Yes,
take
I
a
do.
vote on that first part then. Make a motion. Have somebody in your team. Can someone make a motion?
I make a motion to vote on supporting the measures that we were brought forward, the community health profiles assessment, to make sure we move forward with that.
Thank you. Do you want to do a voice vote? All in favor? Any abstentions? Any nays? The ayes have it. Thank you. Taline, do you want to discuss the second portion?
Yes, but first I just want to tell Alpha there is a culinary program at the Y similar to what you're speaking about. So getting back to the wish list, I spoke with the superintendent and the deputy soup and their team at Community School District 11, and they came up with this for our wish list. So it's a district community technology design center and training hub, a community space to train staff and district community members to use technology to design community engagement resources, STEAM instruction, and the 21st century capabilities. This space would function as a high-tech hub for STEAM trainings and would benefit all schools in our district by building their capacity to use technology for A, community outreach and projects, B, STEAM instruction, and C, preparing students and staff with 21st century skills. When I was writing this, it dawned on me that there's a possibility that people did not know what STEAM stands for. So it is the science, technology, engineering, the arts, and math. STEAM education is an interdisciplinary approach to learning that integrates these 5 disciplines into real-world learning experiences. STEAM education can help students develop critical thinking skills, visualize connections, and collaborate. STEAM education can help students develop skills that are useful in many fields, including creative careers like design, writing, acting, and music. It can also ensure that all students have the opportunity to succeed regardless of their natural skills and passions. This hub would be at the PS 121 school, which is on Arnell, 1250 Arnell Avenue, on the 2nd floor in the district office. Let's see, I don't think there's anything else I have to say about that. I'm happy that the District 11 people are online with us. Sharon Johnson and Miss Borgella, Miriam Borgella, thank you for coming.
Tali, what are you saying then, that you would like to submit this as part of our request?
Yes, I would.
Okay, can somebody make a motion? Any questions? Can someone make them? Go ahead, Etonia.
Hi, I motion.
I second.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, now we pass the mic to Bobby. Oh. All in favor? Any nays? Any abstentions? The ayes have it.
Okay, so the disciplinary committee. The disciplinary committee met on November 13th. We received 2 complaints, the substance of which I will not discuss to protect the integrity of the committee's work and due to a pending request to put the proceedings into executive session. The first complaint pertains to a bylaws committee meeting on September 16th. The second involved the scheduling of an ad hoc bylaws committee meeting. Parties and witnesses have until December 10th to submit arguments, evidence, or testimony. The meeting was adjourned to December 17th for all purposes.
Okay, thank you. All right, now we're moving on to new business. So the first item on the new business is we received funding from Councilmember Riley to use this to secure an urban planner. As we saw, when we had Fordham present on the Community Thrive grants, there are a few grants that we qualify for. And so I would like to take a vote for all in favor to use some of this fund that we have, the $5,000, to secure a grant writer. As we all know, we are volunteers. We don't have that much time, but these grants are there, and so it'd be great if we use some of this funding to get a grant writer to help us with the writing of these grants. Yes, George?
I would ask that this motion be tabled for now until we get authorization from the councilman's office that that's actually what we can use the funding for. We requested the funding for a urban planner, which we now have, and we're now saying that we're going to use the funding that he gave us for a grant writer. I'm not saying you can't do that. I'm just saying, have you received confirmation from the councilman that it's okay to use the funds for a different appropriation?
I have not.
Okay.
And so we will table it. Yes? Yeah. Okay. Thank you, George.
You're welcome.
Next,
Wait,
go
quick
ahead.
question. Is there a way in which we could take a vote so that in the event that the council member approves, the board has, instead of waiting
Has
for 2
passed.
months? Why is everybody laughing?
Because there's a lot of roadblocks.
Make a long story short, no, you can't. But That's why you could call it roadblocks, but no, you can't project anything unless it's factual at a general meeting. So we have to wait. I guess the best determination would be to table the circumstances to further notice.
We could table it. We could table it. We'll discuss further. Thank you. Next, we have some new board members that have been wanting to uplift our social media opportunities. Some folks even suggested, I think it was you, Kartika, a newsletter. I know that you, Alpha, you've mentioned and I think Dominique as well, the need or the desire to start an Instagram page. I know that other community board members have it. It's a great way to promote. We already have our Facebook account. And so did you want to say something on that, Kartika, and then Alpha?
Well, yeah, I saw other community boards had newsletters, and it was easier to receive just the bulk of the opportunities rather than have them in separate emails, just because emails get lost. And also, it's just nice to have it all in one page or one section. So that was the thought process behind it.
Great. Alpha?
So, yeah, I'm a big advocate for social media because I do feel like there's so much that goes on here, and the community do needs to hear it. And being able to even just highlight different people's roles and who are the community board members, I kind of will probably share. I have a little outline of how we can slowly, progressively grow our social media, not just, we're just gonna shoot everything, but no, I think we have an outline that what it'll look by week, and I could share it with whoever wants to look at it, but for sure, I think it's a great way to get the community involved and hear the voices, what's going on.
I have a question. I know that in terms of like getting everybody involved, I love the idea of us having an Instagram page because it definitely reaches out to a whole nother sector because a lot of young people don't use Facebook as much as they use Instagram. Right. Another thing I think that another opportunity we can have is I know that we stream, I was just speaking about this earlier, I know that we stream our meetings on YouTube as well as WebEx and Facebook. I think that a good opportunity might be to stream it on Twitch because that's a medium that a lot of young people use. A lot of young people are watching Twitch. I was just speaking about it earlier that Twitch had more viewers during the election cycle than some news organizations like CNN and NBC. If there's an opportunity for us to stream our meetings there too, I feel like we can reach a broader audience, especially bringing the young people along.
Right, especially like a guy like Kai Sanat, he's from the Bronx.
Exactly, exactly.
He had over 400,000 subscribers, and even highlighting influencers in the Bronx to even come into these meetings and share some insight we can now leverage off of them in a sense of awareness. Hey, you grew up in the Bronx, da-da-da-da. What are some things you interview kind of style, again, just to see what's going on.
Thank you, Alpha. Chuck?
Yeah. I don't object, but I just want to make sure that when we stay away from these social medias like Trump and X because they put out false information. So I think X is close to Twitter or whatever. Let's just stay away from that type of stuff.
But I think they can control it in a sense, but I don't use X really, but that's more like words, so that's, but I get what you're saying.
It's social media. They put out false information, and we don't need.
But that's we look. I mean, that we are the one that will put it. But I get you. I'm with you. We control it. Yeah, we control it.
Yeah, we would control it, right? There's other community boards that are already doing it. We wouldn't be the first. Anyone else?
Yeah, I have a question.
Yes.
Yeah, I was just wondering who would have editorial power over these social media aspects, and is there any kind of check and balance if, say, that person starts doing things that we don't deem appropriate?
That's a great question. And so the next step, I believe what we should do is connect with other boards and see how they've been doing it, right? Like, this is not saying we're going to start it tomorrow.
Right.
But if the board is interested, then we will figure out the best route to do it, and how to stay within, the realms and the policies and procedures of of all that, and that's important to know as well.
So you usually have like a content calendar. So let's say we'll probably plan them next month before the next month begins, and then we could probably review it. Hey, these are some of the topics we want to talk about. These are people we want to highlight before you even do it. So then now we kind of have a timeline in the sense of, all right, January, we know that this is what's happening. This is the theme of the month. This is some of the stuff that we talk about in diabetes or health awareness. So we'll do a week-by-week structure already and then present it. Everybody likes it. We start the recording and then just go from there. So that'll be a good check and balance.
Kartika and then George.
Yeah, it's starting to sound like that there may be a need for a communications committee of some sort or group. So, FYI.
We can again, this is just to see if we're interested, and then the next step is figuring out the best route, best practices.
Listening to Nicholas is a new board member, and I guess as part of your orientation, you guys didn't get the social media. There's a guidebook. It's on our website on social media for community boards, or not for community boards, but for city agencies. So that is the Bible. So that should be the guidebook as to what we can and we cannot do. So I would just advise everybody to start there. Like I said, it's on our website. It's also the borough president has shared it with us, which we share with the board members. You know, everything we get from their office, we forward on to you. That's all. Yeah. I don't.
Thank you, George. Okay. So let's make a motion to vote on the interest. Again, we're just garnering if we're interested in doing this, right? We're going to take a vote on that. The next step, George recommended, there's a guidebook, and we should connect with other community boards to see how they're doing it.
So the motion is to voice interest in developing a social media platform.
To explore.
To explore.
Media options aside from Facebook and YouTube for Community Board 12.
Can I make a friendly amendment that this would be something that's run by the board through the board chair?
Yes. So can you reword?
So this would be a social media. Can you?
So an expansion in our social media representation and outreach from CB12.
He's not a board member.
Can we
noted.
read the guidebook before we start voting on things? There are very specific rules as to who can run a social media. Again, none of you are city employees or employed by this community board. Just please read it. I'm sorry?
Can you get on the?
It says in the guidebook that it's at the discretion of the board who will be in charge of the media for that specific community board.
Okay. If you can read that
Thank you.
now, I'm just saying let all the board members explore it before we start making these determinations and these declarative statements.
So the motion is at the discretion of the board chair. The board starts to activate its social media accounts other than Facebook to spread awareness about the work we're doing.
Did everybody hear the motion? Okay.
This is the official New York City social media policy. That will be the one, right? So official use of social media. Agencies looking to explore and engage on social media should evaluate their individual needs and goals as to when and how they engage users. All existing official agency social media sites must be registered with the Mayor's Office of Digital Strategy, ODS. And ODS retains the ability to deny the creation of a new social media account if the agency cannot provide a legacy system and a unique need for said account. Prior to starting a new social media account, please submit an application on the social media registration system hosted by CityShare, the city's intranet. To gain access, visit cityshare.nyc.net.
So based on that, would that change the motion to interest in like submitting that request?
Well, what we can do is we can say, in accordance with NYC's official social media policy, we will submit an application, a motion to support the submission of an application to the official channel for a media account led through the discretion of the chair to represent the board in other platforms other than Facebook.
That sounds good. John?
Why don't we form an exploratory group? That's what you just said? Yeah. Okay. So,
To explore the interest.
but we need to get a group together.
Right. Go ahead, Karen.
I don't think all of that really having an exploratory group is really necessary. I mean, I think once you decide that you want to have a social media platform, if you understand what the internet and social media guidelines are, it's assuming that you have read the internet guidelines and are aware of what the requirements are. If you have to go down and you have to submit the application, all the motion is saying right now, and I think George was just saying, everybody should know what the guidelines and the social media internet guidelines are. You know, that's like, you read all your information and what you have first. The interest right now is just to say that who is interested in having another social media platform and developing that for Community Board 12.
Which is no different than what they did for YouTube and whatever platform you're using right now. You're just going to add another platform.
You're just adding another platform
Yeah,
and,
that's all
and
you're
having
doing.
an application for it.
And as long as it falls within the guidelines that the city has for communication and what you just mentioned about the social media, then, I mean, I don't see any problem with us voting for Explore.
And there are other boards that have it, that use it very strategically to garner more membership.
What we were interested in is the fact that as far as the education, the health education, the park education, everything that we do, our message is not being disseminated within the community. People are not looking at YouTube. They are not looking at the Facebook. We need to find another avenue in which, you know, we can share and try to
Connect.
share everything and connect with the community. It's like, how are they getting their information besides reading it on the trained platform? You know.
And we need to do that, right? As a board, we don't have an active district, and so we have to figure out other means of communicating and connecting with all ages within this district. Okay. Yes.
Hi. It took me a very long time to even figure out what a community board was. My parents have lived in the Wakefield section for 40 years, and I had to pretty much reference them. They said there used to be literature. So my question is, I had to dig, and it took me a while. Even to be on this board, I started attending Kevin Riley's meetings, and that's how I found out about this. But it was a daunting task. It wasn't like it was easy to find. So are there any mailers that you guys send out to inform people of the community that this exists instead of them having, because if you live in an apartment building all your life, you don't know what it is to be a homeowner, so you don't know that there are certain organizations that exist. So if it wasn't for my parents owning a home, I wouldn't even know where to go if I wasn't seeking knowledge to find it. So I feel like, I don't know if there's a budget for it or anything of that nature, but maybe mailing it out to residents so they can at least see. You mail it out for elections, but even with social media, you have to be engaging enough for people to want to follow you and get on board with what you're doing, especially young people. So you can have a page, but how are you really going to grow it for people to be interested if it's not like flashy and shiny, if you're trying to attract younger people? So I think we should have some type of mailer or even organizations maybe. I'm in the 241st area, so that's a very busy area as far as, you know, transportation, the buses, the trains, everything kind of meets there. So even if we had people giving out stuff to inform others, I think something of that nature should be done as well.
I just want to add on to what she said. And also for people who don't use social media, we do have people who don't know social media too well. So maybe, because I know that we kind of take small steps before we take big steps. You know, we have newspapers, you know, Norwood News or whatever. We could also do like a article, a page or whatever with all the information that we get, because Ursula does a great job with giving us all the information. And half the time I wouldn't know this information if I wasn't on the board myself. So another way to piggyback on what you said, like maybe if it's Bronx Times, if it's whatever it is, if it's the borough president's office or whatever, so they can highlight what we do, that can be something that we can push towards. So we could take those little baby steps until we can get those contents, you know, as what Alpha was saying. That way we can really spread the information, because I do agree that our information is not being spread as far as we can be doing.
Ariel, Norwood News has an Instagram, and I follow them. A lot of
I
information.
just heard about this. I never saw this a day in my life.
A lot of information of what's happening in our community.
Yeah.
All of our elected officials, they all have Instagram, they all have Twitter, they all have other means of community. They have Facebook, YouTube, right? And so we just need to add to that to expand our membership and our audience. Maybe down the line we may want a door knock. We want to, maybe a few of us volunteer to stand at a train station, right? Like, but again, the idea is that we do need to expand. And George, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think our only mailer is emails.
Okay, so we can't, so we wouldn't be able to add anything to Norwood News, like if
we
wanted to.
could.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
We could.
We could take those small steps first, and then except for like standing on, you know, avenues, like
Right.
going to more communities, service outreach places. Remember the whole thing with the table,
Right.
having the whole banner thing.
Right.
Like it's
By the way,
basically grassroots.
Did we get the tablecloth, George? Do you know that we requested last May? George?
I'm sorry?
Have we received the tablecloth that we requested last April, May?
No, we haven't retained it yet. Sorry, no, we have not received it yet.
Okay. Any updates? Because those are all things that'll help us garner more visibility. And again, these are things that we can put in our budget request needs for, right? For marketing, for advertising, for tablecloths, you know, for my name on the door,
And-
stuff like that.
And but lastly, on the social media, on especially Instagram.
We should, yes.
But last, because it's powerful. So the last thing is that we can also focus only on District 12. So we can curtail it to just the people in our neighborhood can see it, to the point that they can click a button and then join our mailing, subscribe them to a mailing list, so they can, when Ursa's passing out maybe some information, they can receive it. So again, it's just, again, I think the concept was just of interest, if you guys are interested in another platform outside of Facebook, which Facebook is also the mother of Instagram and everybody else, but we're already in it, so just having that extra arm, because now we can use the tools to kind of really focus just on our district without having to get on the floor. Everybody's hand is in their phone. So now you put up and then you just see Community Board 12. So all
Okay, so let's
But
make a
again,
motion so that we can move on, and I suggest we make two. One is to put in budget requests to allocate for marketing purposes.
Correct.
And then the second is to continue to add to our social media means following the guidelines.
I make the first motion.
To which?
To both.
We can bundle
to,
them.
To bundle, yeah.
Okay, so Alpha, you did the
So I did the first motion.
first. Who's gonna second it? Who was that? Sabrina? Okay, can somebody write that down? So to continue to explore the media expansion, following the guidelines, and the second part to that, put in a request for funding for marketing purposes as needed. Yes. Does what?
Would like the request for the newsletter fall under that?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yes. Okay. We're bundled it. Okay, is everybody clear? Okay, we're gonna do a voice vote. Everybody in favor? Any abstentions? Any nays?
And Darren Grant is going to abstain.
I'm sorry, who's speaking?
Darren Grant,
Yes, Darren?
I'm going to abstain.
Okay, Darren abstains. Any others? Any nays? The ayes have it. Last item on the agenda, and I'm going to pass the mic to Carla. There is an updated video conferencing rules, and so she's going to give us the update.
Can we pull up a copy on? Yeah. Okay. So I am proposing a resolution that reflects the updated executive order from Governor Hochul from April 2024, which is very similar to the one from 2022, but includes some important points, such as any member who has a disability can be counted as a member of the quorum, even if they're on video, right? So that could make the difference in our committee meetings, our full board meetings, where we're short a person or two, but we've got committed board members on video. So, oh, okay, so.
Just to clarify, this is a statute that was already passed at the state level in May 2024. And so we're looking to adopt this new version.
Right. And so a couple of us drafted this from the open meetings law, and it was approved by a representative from the Civic Engagement Commission. So it's been approved by a person who represents the open meetings law. So we didn't just make stuff up, is the point. And it expires in 2 years. Can you scroll down to item 4, just so people know it's not like a forever thing. It expires on July 1st, 2026, because that's when the executive order from the governor expires. So again, the point is to codify for Community Board 12 that video conferencing will continue, but also that individuals who are unable to attend in person can still count towards a quorum, as opposed to the quorum only consisting of people physically present.
Right. So up until now, we have to meet quorum in person before we are able to count those that are online on our video conferencing. This says, according to this that was passed in May 2024, that the governor's office passed, is stating that no longer is the case. That we can now, let's say that we haven't met quorum here, but our board members are online, and of course the absences have been excused, and we've approved for them to be online, that they will count their quorum, they will count as quorum.
It says other stuff too.
Yes.
And I was just saying, like, if we could just highlight the others. It says disability, illness, caregiving responsibilities. Expected, yeah. Yeah.
Right, but it's important to note that, again, people have to communicate with either one of the chairs of their committee or with the the chair of the full board or with the office and provide an explanation. It's not just like, it's raining, so I'm going to dial in. Yeah.
So it's basically boiling it down to extenuating circumstances, which each and every human being in this room has. If you have enough time to be online for 2 hours on a Thursday and stay online for the entirety of that time, you should be able to vote. You are here, you are very much present, and your opinion doesn't change just because of your location.
Right, and again, you are required to be here in person, right? These are for certain circumstances, right? So we don't want to confuse folks. No, but that's basically yes.
There's already not legislation, there's already a stipulation already set to cover this actual reality. We live in a very technical time, fortunately for us, where we have literally the technology to be in multiple places at the same time and actually get the majority of the opinions that represent our community. We shouldn't continue to pigeonhole ourselves into only being confined to being physically here, when it's literally that the powers that be have already done it for us and said that you don't have to. Nor should we make other people feel that because of all of those things listed, that they are any less of a member.
George?
Thank you. Just 2 quick points. I'm not an attorney and I'm not very good with legalese. I think that still means that we still require an in-person quorum in order to conduct the meeting for the people who are on video to even be counted as present. So you still need an in-person quorum.
No, I spoke to someone, and they
Sorry?
said, I spoke to someone from the CEC, and they said that's not the case. It's
No, and
changed.
I did also.
Beatrice, can you clear the screen
No,
for us that are online?
well, the
I
only
can't
other
see.
point I was going to make is we already have a resolution because we're one of the few boards that actually does and offers hybrid on our website. Once again, that was adopted back in 2022. So I guess I would just add, actually that wasn't my second point, that's part of the first point. The second point is this was just added to the agenda yesterday or today. So I would just ask that we wait on this because you can't vote on stuff that you just add to the agenda.
We
on
were
the
also
same day.
told that that's incorrect. We could.
Who told you that you didn't have to notify the public that you were having a vote?
We spoke to a few people, even from the CEC, and we are allowed to. What you're talking about is a 7-day notice of the agenda,
No,
which
I'm
was
not.
sent
I'm talking
out.
about posting the agenda 36 hours before meeting for any actionable issues.
Right, but George, it's already a statute, right? The public,
I'm sorry?
it already exists. It's law. It's happened. So
What already exists?
the ruling by the governor's office.
Oh, no, I understand. I'm not questioning the ruling. I'm just saying that rule may exist for community boards that are not hybrid. We are hybrid. We adopted a Chapter 5-6 resolution back in 2022. It is posted on our website. We allow for even more than what the governor's allows. So if you want to go to this, I'm perfectly fine with amending our resolution to this. I'm just saying, please don't take a vote tonight because we were just notified about the change in the agenda on a votable thing, and we have not given the public proper notification to object or have a conversation about
Right,
this.
okay, but my question is, what is there for the public to object about if it's already a law?
And I'm sorry, by the public, do you mean board members? Because this is for board members.
For anybody. The requirement for public bodies is to post an agenda 36 hours in advance. And we didn't meet that criteria on this issue. I don't know when you sent the email. I responded to that email. You never responded to my request, so I'm here making this objection now, only so that we cover, our rear ends, because we want to do things the proper way.
It's first
Can
Luke
I
and then
just please
Ariel.
I'm sorry, what was the 20?
Talene, give us 1 second, Talene. We're gonna go to Ariel, then Luke, then Talene.
I just have a quick question. What was the 2022 hybrid that you're speaking of?
It's already 9:42. It's on our website.
No, I know it's on the website, but my thing is that it just, I thought that it kind of mimicked the same thing.
Well, I think, again, my interpretation of this, what the governor did, is that there are public bodies that don't meet hybridly or have video teleconferencing. We do. We have always done this. We did this before the pandemic. We were televising our stuff. The only thing that changed during the pandemic is that we switched to WebEx and we allowed for video teleconferencing. But we've always been on television, all this other stuff.
Right.
We have a resolution that allows our members, if a quorum of board members is physically present at the community board meeting where the public can attend in person, a board member, maybe you should put up the governor's resolution so you can read it as I'm reading this from our website to see if it's the same. But an in-quorum, I'm sorry, let me go back. A board member may attend and participate in a community board meeting by video conference from any location and without providing access to members of the public to such location if such board member is unable to attend the meeting in person due to extraordinary circumstances, which include, but are not limited to, disability, limited mobility, illness, caregiving responsibilities. We added senior, 65 plus, out of borough for work/travel purposes, any other significant or unexpected event in which precludes the community board's physical attendance at the meeting. That is what is currently posted on our website.
Yeah,
Right,
it is.
but-
Okay, we're gonna go to Luke, then we're gonna go to Ariel. Did you have something? Talene.
So I just want to say that, George is, in my opinion, spreading misinformation here tonight, which is unfortunate because it's very late and we're really tired and we're susceptible to misinformation. I think we should proceed with adopting these accredited things from the governor's office. If it might mean a little bit of tweaking, things change on the fly, and community boards are not restricted to their agenda. We're allowed to incorporate items. Our agendas are posted in accordance with the law, but as the open meetings law says on its website, we're not restricted by the agenda. This is just a notice of the public meeting, which we've done. We don't have to say everything that we're going to be speaking about and voting on. So I would ask George, before you bring up these types of things, to please vet your information. And I think we should proceed with adopting these sensible measures so that we can all go home tonight.
Thank you. Talene?
No, what I was trying to tell you before was that I couldn't hear or see you because of the fact that you had the document on the screen. That's all.
Okay, Carla?
But you took it down.
Okay, so the only points I wanted to add was that the governor's 2022 resolution or executive order expired, right? So that's why we're proposing a new one now because the old one expired. And in terms of posting every single agenda item on the agenda in advance, that's why we put new business on the agenda. So new business can come up at any time and it goes under that agenda item. So I don't think there's any issue with not having posted this 36 hours before. And again, it's a law. So there's not really a whole lot to debate because It already happened. So,
Is everybody clear? Any other questions? Etonia, did you have something to say?
Oh, we just wanted to specify that the only difference between 2022 and 2024 was the jargon that's mentioned in that second paragraph, which expands it that you are now giving board members the right to vote virtually, as opposed to before where they could only participate within the board virtually, but they did not have a vote. And that's what we want to lean towards. We want to lean towards 2024 and the jargon that is stipulated already there. That has literally already been passed.
Correct. Okay. So now we are going to make a motion for the resolution of this updated video conferencing rules.
I make a motion to adopt the governor's, through the Civic Engagement Commission's language into our bylaws.
And it is not even bylaws, it's just a statute.
Yeah,
We're just
our
adopting
statute.
the.
Yeah, adopt the resolution. Thank you.
Who seconds it? Okay. Did we get that? You got that, Clinton? You got it? Okay. We're going to do a voice vote. All in favor? Any abstentions? Any nays? The ayes have it.
Darren
Yep.
Grant, nay.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Darren Grant, nay.
Okay. Thank you. The ayes have it. And just a reminder, next month for December, we do not have a full board meeting. We have our holiday get-together on the 20th. We may have some committee meetings. And also, as George mentioned earlier, and as I've been requesting, we will have a public hearing on our budget priorities. And so we will be submitting it to George in December. Yes? Mark, any questions?
What time is the dinner? No, sorry, the time wasn't mentioned.
What time? It's 6 o'clock, the holiday get-together?
Yes, yes.
And sorry, one more thing before just someone want to ask about the reports from Committee 1 about the co-naming of the street. I think maybe in the future, whoever is responsible for bringing this up, those are kind of honored posthumously. Can we think of people that are still alive so that they can benefit and they can enjoy while they're still alive? Thank you.
Okay. Good night, everybody. Happy Indigenous Peoples Celebration Day, Thanksgiving. Good night. Oh, a motion to adjourn? So moved. Thank you.
So moved, Robert Hall. So moved. Adjourn the meeting.